created after the riots in the 60s. Yeah. Yeah, and the Black Panthers and all that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's heavy. It's heavy. But a lot of these things, man, these are false flags. These people are admitting that they are lying about getting hit with snipers, and the damage is done already. They're doing these operations and these exercises, so they're getting ready for something. They're getting ready for something. So all this buck dancing with the Popeyes chicken, and see, we don't want to take heed to something when it's happening. And somebody made a good point. I remember right before everything went down in Ferguson with the killing of Mike Brown and the riots, they were already getting that prepared. Many people believe the whole killing of Mike Brown was something that they knew would trigger riots. The fact that Mike Brown was killed in broad daylight like that, with a crowd of people around, that was a very bold move, and some of those other ones got ran up out of there. They're trying to replace them in a very sinister manner. You got to get deep. Are some of these immigrants our tethers, our doppelgangers? Because when we look at the actions of a lot of people, a lot of them come over and pretend to be us. Think about that. A lot of them pretend to be us, but they will engage in the most negative behavior of us and promote that in order to get into the good graces of the white supremacists. Let's go to the Popeyes chicken lady. Hey, honey. Hey, child. But she's from Barbados. She doesn't talk like that in real life. When you look at Madame Noir, that piece of shit publication that supposed to represent black society, it's an immigrant who runs it and has a whole bunch of immigrants who run it who are very anti-black American. They talk so much shit about black American men. All these anti-black male articles that they write, they're specifically talking about black American males. Madame Noir and all these people, they don't talk that shit about the men from the countries they're from. You understand? Most of these gossip sites and sites that show daily niggatry, World Star. That was Q. Q died. He was a Caribbean dude. And the people asked him for years, dude, why would you show black people in such a negative light? He was like, well, shit, I don't care. I'm making money. That was his attitude. I'm making money. What he's really saying is, I ain't one of them niggas. Shade Room. And they know me at the Shade Room, and they listen to me at the Shade Room, Shade Room shows a lot of the negative aspects of black American society. As a matter of fact, when we were going to buy ad time on Shade Room, and they were acting funny style about it. They didn't want to do it, but they did it. They grit their teeth, but they did an ad, and I never run another one with them again. It was a long time ago. They just posted something. Yeah, a long time ago, and I never had them do it again. You dig? But when you look at Shade Room and all the Bossip, that's another one. Media Takeout, that's another one. When they talk about black Americans, it's the underbelly. It's pure niggatry. But then when they talk about some from an African country, it's always, look at this beautiful marriage. The African couple had a great, beautiful wedding. They go out of their way to show the positives. You understand? I've talked about that many, many times. Look at, the TV show Love and Hip Hop. Most of the people on there are from other places. These are immigrant people from other places, and this shit is trash. That shit is trash, trash, trash. It's unwatchable at this point. They get on television, Jocelyn, the Puerto Rican princess, and they got some crazy Jamaican chick on there, and then all these other people on there. It's a coon fest at this point. Yeah. They show the work. The root. Don't even get me started on the root. Don't even get me started on the root. See, these are our tethers. They come over here to replace us by mocking the worst of us, by imitating the worst of us. Think about that. Yeah? There's this one coon, and we got to understand, we've been focusing on coons on the right for a long time. The Jesse Blees, the Larry Elders. We've been focusing on right-wing coons, but the left-wing coons are just as insidious. They're just as bad. One left-wing coon, this Negro named Frederick Joseph, he's with that whole Roots Blavity crowd. And this Negro, he has a history of talking down on foundational Black Americans. He says a lot of negative things about foundational Black Americans. And let me tell you something. You can tell some of these cats who are low-key immigrants who are trying to hide it, when they start making these crazy criticisms of hidden colors. Anybody who criticizes hidden colors in a negative way and they're Black, 9 times out of 10 is an immigrant. That Hotep, y'all niggas is Hotep. Those are immigrants who talk that stupid shit. Those are almost all immigrants who talk that. Because when you start talking about Black history, that means you're waking up. When you wake up, you're going to start seeing the con game from everybody. You're that comic book nerd. See, these Negroes, our tethers, they come over here to keep us asleep so they can get all the resources that are supposed to come to us. So we're supposed to be asleep. This is why they inundate us with dumb shit. Because the white supremacists give them instructions to inundate Black society with dumb shit, promote dumb shit. That's how they stay paid. That's how they stay paid, with the dumb shit going. You waking up every day looking at stupid shit on World Star. You waking up every day reading some goofy shit on Gossip. They stay paid from that. While they show Nigerian weddings and all that, to keep y'all dumb and stupid, showing niggatry, they get paid off that. They stay paid off that. They're the paid gatekeepers. And when we start waking up saying, hey, we ain't going to do all this cooning. We're going to learn who we are. We're going to start building. Those same Negroes are the ones running around, hey, shut that Hotep shit up. That's Hotep, man. Y'all stupid, man. Don't be doing all that old Hotep. Notice whenever we talk about doing something constructive, the Root, Ebony, Gossip, all of them have something negative to say. All of them. Have you ever thought why none of these popular Black blogs ever really says anything positive about hidden colors? They always say something negative about me. They never say anything positive. These are supposed to be the voices of Black society. They never say anything positive about the most popular documentary film in the world. The most popular documentary film in the world is a Black film. Black owned, Black controlled, Black produced. But they won't say nothing about it in a positive way. Or they'll just ignore it and just talk shit about me. They can't really debunk anything. They'll look stupid trying to actually debunk it. You there? Notice you don't never see them talking about hidden colors on BET. You notice that? This is Black entertainment. BET, you're supposed to be the voice of Black society, and y'all won't mention the biggest selling Black documentary film ever No other film, as far as black documentaries on our history, comes close to Hidden Colors. The whole series. You understand? See, we're seeing who the gatekeepers are. We're seeing who the gatekeepers are. But back to this Fred Joseph dude. Let me put my screenshot on this guy so y'all can see how some of these Negroes talk. And this is supposed to be like a little comic book nerd or whatever this nigga is supposed to be. Hold on one second. Okay, so this Negro here, he like, I was just having a debate about reparations. I'm not sure how there's any debate. Black people globally deserve compensation for hardships inflicted on us. See, watch this trick bag, see? Because this Negro, he's one of these people who talk down on ADOS and Foundational Black Americans. He makes little slick comments, but then tries to play both sides of the fence, trying to talk about reparations, and then start talking about how it should be for black people globally. See, they'll get into the conversation and start flipping it. Here's another tweet of him. Black people around the world have been decimated by white supremacy. So in the conversation about reparations, my stance is give black people the money we deserve. You see the little trick bag language? See how these cats do? Now again, this Negro and this fool has a reparations for black people's only shirt that he's selling, okay? Now, look at this Negro. He said, don't trust any person of color who puts the American flag emoji in their bio. Now, he's talking about Foundational Black Americans and ADOS, all of us who descended from slaves. So if we show our flag, we're not to be trusted. If we show our flag in our country that we fought for, that we built, the flag that a black woman sewed, okay? Now look at this guy here. He's half Kenyan. This is another tweet. I've been exposing his punk ass. He just blocked me too. He's half Kenyan. And he's bragging about being Kenyan. Yes, as a fellow Kenyan, let's go. He's talking about Lapita, how he's so proud of Lapita because he's a Kenyan and he's Cuban. He's Kenyan and Cuban. Let me show you some more here. He's Kenyan and Cuban. For sure. I'm Cuban, so I feel that. So he's Cuban and Kenyan trying to tell us what to damn do. Trying to finesse his way into the reparations conversation. Then, you see how slick these cats are? You see how slick these cats are? So he got mad because I exposed him, so he just went on and blocked me, and that's okay. That's okay. You know the nerve of somebody coming over here from another country. Your parents come from two different countries. You come over here after we've helped your bitch ass and tell us we can't be proud of what we built. Can you imagine that? We can't represent who we are. We're black Americans. We're foundational black Americans. We can represent that. Everybody represents their own culture, but when we do it, we can't be trusted. See, these people think these are our tethers, man. They come around us and try to blend in. And then we've been exposing them left and right. See, they come over and try to blend in and use the language and pretend to be us while they're undermining us. You see, he's trying to wiggle his way in the conversation so that he could change the definition of reparations. See, he's trying to wiggle his way in there. Yeah, we should get reparations. Man, yeah, we all should get reparations. Now, he's not obligated to get reparations from this government. This is why he's throwing in them little trick words, see? And this nigga gets all types of money from little nonprofits. So he's throwing in little trick words in the reparations conversation because he can't get reparations from this government. That's why, yeah, black people globally, we've all dealt with some white supremacy. We all need our reparations. See, we got to watch niggas like that. Watch these doppelganger tethers. We got to watch them. And this is why we should have circled our wagons a long time ago. Not to disrespect anybody, but everybody circles their wagons. We should have circled our wagons a long time ago. And then you have Lovey, the infamous Lovey, the Nigerian coonstress. We've exposed her many times. I want y'all to listen to this. She was at some kind of forum. I really want you, and I put this on my social media. Now, Lovey, she's infamous for her anti-Black American hatred. I've exposed her many times. For years, she's been calling us Akatas, and oh my God, this woman has said so many negative things about foundational Black Americans, and the white left, they prop her up as some kind of voice for Black society. But I want y'all to listen to something that she said. This is deep. How she found out at a very young age how she could make money kind of throwing Black Americans under the bus. I want y'all to listen to this. Listen very close to what she says and listen to the organization that she got money from. Listen.
Nigeria, I didn't have a lot of context about race. Example. So I never identified as Black until I came to the US. Because the concept of Blackness was never a thing. Yeah. Because over there it's the default to be Black. So you didn't have to define it. So I didn't even understand what Black was until I came here. And even then, I didn't understand, I didn't know the concept of slavery.
Okay, let me stop for a minute. Her bullshit. Listen. Let me stop for a minute. With her bullshit, right? But she didn't know what the concept of Blackness was in Nigeria. Hold on, let me see if y'all can see me. Okay. Let me stop it for a minute. Because she plays dumb when it's convenient. She likes to play dumb when it's convenient. She's a damn lie. She's full of shit. She's playing dumb when it's fucking convenient. She's full of shit. That woman uses akata, and that akata is a very specific term for us. They know what the hell slavery was. They're very well versed in slavery. They know what the hell it is. That's why they call us akatas. That akata word is frequent over there. They know what slavery is. They do have a concept of slavery. So she likes playing dumb a lot. I didn't have no concept of Blackness, but you got a goddamn concept of cake soap. There's cake soap all over there. Let's stop it. You do know what Blackness is, and you know what whiteness is. You do have a concept of it, and you have a concept of worshiping whiteness. There's a big white Jesus over there in Nigeria. Big white statue of Jesus. You dig? Yeah, akata correlates to slavery. That's a term. Yeah, some of them, they say it means cotton picker, so they know what it is. They know what the hell it is. You ain't that. Now, see, you ain't going to play both sides of the fence. You ain't going to sit up and talk about how smart y'all are and how well educated you are, but you don't know about the greatest crime in damn history. And you come into a country that was built by people who were enslaved and you didn't know that. Let's stop. Let's just stop that game. So, they kind of play that game like the white supremacists. They start acting like they don't know certain things. That's a con game. But anyway, let me play the rest of her spewing her bullshit. Hold on.
I didn't know the concept of middle passage. So coming here, I was like, all right, cool. There's like people who look like me and people who don't. When I graduated from high school, actually, my junior or senior of high school, I did a couple of essay contests that I actually won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up.
Now listen, she won an NAACP award, all right, for an essay. She won an NAACP award for an essay. Listen to this.
Award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money. And the essay was, do you think black people should get reparations?
All right, let me slow it down. I'm taking my time with it. Let me take my time. So she won some money from the NAACP. There was some kind of essay, and that's interesting that the NAACP or whoever, the school or whoever, had an essay, and the essay was about should black people get reparations. All right, y'all follow this. Let's let it sink in for a minute. Let it sink in. And that's interesting that they would even have an essay like that. Sounds like they were trying to...
Or Tethers, cosplaying as coons.
Fish for coons. They're trying to fish for coons, having this essay. Because I believe it was an essay. Yes, it was. But it's like they're trying to fish to see who's a coon by having an essay like that. But there's an essay on should black people get reparations for slavery. This is what the essay is about. All right?
He won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money.
But why do we need a tether from a whole different country to write an essay on whether FBAs deserve reparations? Like that's like really weird.
Do you think black people should get reparations? And I was like, no, you didn't work for it. And I won awards.
Did y'all catch that? And
yeah, that's deep. So I was supposed to debate somebody tonight, but they had like a little family emergency. He might be ready later on, but most likely tomorrow night. Or on this topic. Something like this. So, but that was crazy. She won an award for writing an essay whether black folks, FBA, ADOS, deserve reparations, and she put no, and she won. She got first place. She got money.
Listen. So she was like, oh, hell no. Black folks shouldn't get no reparations. And they gave her the award and gave her money. They gave her an award and gave her money. That ain't funny at all, but she learned, wait a minute. If I throw niggas over here under...
Yeah, I thought she was going to say, she said yes, and she said no, and got first place. She won the money. You can't make this.
Bus, I get rewarded. I get money. Oh, they loved her angle. And that's what they were looking for. And the NAACP, think about it. They funded, and that's a white organization, basically. NAACP is just white with black faces. But listen, what she's saying, dude, I want y'all to listen to everything she's saying. That's heavy. They cultivate coons at a very young age, the white supremacists. They cultivate coons they fish to see who's going to be a coon. So having a contest like that, I can see them in a room like, hey, let's have a contest and have everybody write an essay on whether black people should get reparations. And the one who's opposed reparations for black folks, that's the one that we're going to groom. And sure enough, she was blending in with the rest of everybody else, and nobody really figured anything. So she was like, oh, hell no, black folks shouldn't get shit. Now, you won. You're the one. We're vetting her. They're vetting her right there. When she said that, they were like, that's the one we're going to put our eye on. That's the one we're going to reward with money. So she was like, I'm on to something. She does that to this very day. All that woman does is shit on black folks in America. Foundational Black Americans, that's all she does. And that's why so many of them shit on us, because and that audience is like a bunch of white people, by the way. So this is why so many of those immigrant tether doppelgangers come over here and get around us and throw us under the bus, because they get financed for doing that. There's big money in that for them. Well, not even big money, just money, period. Not even big.
It was big money. Just ask academics.
Big money. I won't say big money, because coons are very cheap. You don't have to give them a lot. But she learned at a young age. Well, why is she over here? The come up. We're a come up. You think? They've learned how to throw us under the bus and get money for it. That's why all of those liberal organizations are filled with her. They're filled with people like her. There's a reason why they got the Kamala Harrises out there. They know Kamala Harris is ready to throw us under the bus. Hell, look at her policies. They cultivate these coons at a very young age. These tethers. They cultivate them right under our noses. Lovey, that's her name. That's why so many black immigrant politicians, they cultivate these Negroes. They cultivate immigrants and LGBT at a young age. They'll do an essay like, who's your favorite rapper? Nas, KRS-One, Rakim, and the kid who says Lil Nas X. Come on over here. We got an after school program for you. You seem like somebody who's gonna go places. So that's how they do it. They get them at a young age. They throw out some tests. So they throw out an essay, and then they study the ideology of the kids. They get a kid and they're like, okay, is the kid who's switching around a little bit, who ain't hollering at the girls, who's switching like, hey, come on over here, Don Lemon. We got an after school program for you. Yeah? And I remember going to school at a young age, and I would notice all the little boys who was switching around, those would be the teachers' pets. They would always be around the teachers. All the little boys who were kind of switching a little bit, they would hang around the teachers. The teachers liked having them around. Yeah? So they cultivate that. So yeah, man, we got these people as our tethers, coming up with ways to replace us and to sabotage us. And they've been doing it for a minute. They've been doing that for a minute. And the thing is, our desire to connect with our brothers and sisters globally, which should have been a positive, but they've turned that into a negative for us and a positive for them. Us wanting to have a Pan-Africanist relationship with people globally, it's been so one-sided to the point where it's now been weaponized against us. That's why we can't rock like that. That's why we can't get down like that no more, because it's not been reciprocated. We've tried this thing for the last, 80 years, and it has not been reciprocated. When something doesn't work, it's time to put it down. We're putting that bullshit down. We're going to look out for our group right now. This is why any conversation politically, if it's not about foundational Black Americans, descendants of slavery in America, the conversation is null and void. We're not going to let them shame us into getting into the immigration conversation. Immigration, that's our death knell. That's the end of us. Any more immigration, that's the end of us. We cannot support that. That immigration thing is deeper than many of us can imagine. We do not have any allies. We do not have any friends. We got some cool people on an individual level. Unfortunately, there's turds in the punch bowl. When you have turds in the punch bowl, you got to throw the whole punch bowl out for the time being. And like I said about immigration, when it comes to immigration, you let over a lot of people. People have to be vetted. That's why white society, they don't let a lot of immigrants on top of them. They don't let a bunch of immigrants come in, especially from poor East European countries, because it takes a minute to whip people into shape. It takes a minute to get people on the white supremacist code. It takes people a minute to get on any code with the other established group. For example, look at us. Look at how difficult it is to get certain Black immigrant groups to get on code with us. You see the shit that they do to us. You see the undermining that they do to us, and how difficult it is for them to get on code. Now that happens in white society too. That's why they don't like immigration, white immigrants coming over there either. Yeah, Eastern Europeans aren't welcome that much. And truth be told, over there, they don't like white Americans too much either. Do you know that in Europe? They don't like white Americans like that. They think white Americans are arrogant. They're not too crazy about white Americans in Europe. Especially in France. They don't like white Americans like that. That's why you rarely see French immigrants over here. Yeah, they don't care too much about white Americans. Yeah? Yeah, they let in a bunch of immigrants 150 years ago, and it took them decades to get everybody on code. Look at the movie Gangs of New York. They were fighting like motherfucker out there. They were fighting like crazy to get everybody on code. Yeah? They can't do that again. They don't have the time. Their numbers are already janky. Yeah, they don't have the time. Yeah? So, again, like down there in Texas, the white supremacists are letting a lot of those immigrants come over, those Black immigrants come over and run the jails. Or not run, but they're the jailers over there. While Black folks are incarcerated, they let a lot of these Black immigrants come over, and they're the COs at the jail. That's heavy down there in Texas. And speaking of Texas, by the way, y'all know there's a new law down in Texas that they have. Well, that's going to go into effect September 1st. There's a new law that's going into effect September 1st. They have a law about sending nude text pictures. And they're going to make that illegal down there in Texas. Yeah, if you send nude text pictures, they're making that illegal. Yeah? They're making it illegal. So you send a dick pic, that's illegal. It's under the guise that women have been violated because guys are sending them nude pictures, unwanted pictures. But the law is so vague, they just said, hey, sending... Let me play the clip because the guy was real vague. Let me play the actual clip of what the guy said. Hold on. Hold on. Because this is interesting. Okay. Hold on one second. Because I want y'all to hear it. I don't want to take it out of context. Hold on one second. So we got to watch these new laws that pop up. Okay, hold on. Where we at? Oh, here we go. All right. Okay, let me play this guy. Is this the governor or somebody? Who is it?
Many people, especially women, get unwanted sexually explicit pictures either by text or by social media. It's disgusting. And now it's illegal because today we had the formal signing of a new law in Texas that makes it a crime to send sexually explicit pictures by social media or by text. It goes into effect September the 1st.
Okay, all right, now check this. All right, let's be careful with this. All right, now that was vague. Now it's illegal to send sexually explicit pictures. That's the governor. Okay, Governor Abbott. Okay, they didn't define what sexually explicit was. See, they'll say one thing: women are getting these pictures. It's horrible. So now sexually explicit pictures are illegal. So, what's your definition of sexually explicit? Because then they'll start invoking "I'm white and I say so." That it's deliberately vague. Listen to what I'm saying. That shit is deliberately vague. That's right. It's loophole talk. Black folks, be very careful with this. Be very careful because, see, these laws are not for white people. Let's be clear. White people have pedophile rings, okay? White people, they have all types of... these laws are not for them. White people be out there killing people and they give them a pat on a slap on the hand. So these white people are not going to be affected by these laws. The laws are not really for white people. Most white people are above the law, especially if you believe in white supremacy. So let's be very clear. When they come up with these laws always disproportionately target black people. Always, especially sexual type of laws. Dude, white people be out here raping folks and getting slaps on the wrist. So you know this ain't for them. Let's be very clear. What's sexually explicit? So now a dude going to the gym taking a picture of himself with his shirt off, they'll say that's sexually explicit. You got a twerk video that you share, that's sexually explicit. See, they can interpret it any way they want to. You understand? So now, if you send a picture or you share a picture of a girl in a bathing suit, well, that's sexually explicit. I mean, that's so incredibly vague. It's extremely vague. You dig? They're going to simply invoke the "I'm white and I say so" law. That's all they're going to do. They're going to invoke the "I'm white and I say so" law. So, dudes, if you take a picture with some gray sweats on and your dick print can be seen, well, that's sexually explicit. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Listen, if you take a picture and you're sagging your pants, that's sexually explicit. There's a reason why they worded it so vague. Anything we do is sexually explicit. Remember, black people, listen. A black person saying hi to a white woman was considered rape in this country. Emmett Till looking at a white woman, that's rape. You bumping up on a white woman is rape. So everything we do is sexually explicit. Yeah, sagging pants. That's sexually explicit. They specifically worded it that way so it could be interpreted any way they wanted it to be interpreted. So anything, they can get a picture of you doing anything. You holding your finger up. Well, look like you wanted to finger somebody. You wanted to stick your finger in somebody's vagina. Well, that's a felony, buddy. Because listen, down there in Texas, they got prisons out there, and even in the South, not just Texas, but really in the South. I want y'all to understand this. Black people are not committing crimes like they need us to. Black people are not committing crimes in large numbers. We're actually on our P's and Q's. Black people are just kind of staying at home, just working, doing what they got to do. So we're not really out here, we're not doing crimes. But they got all these for-profit prisons, and they need bodies in these prisons because, look, they got these prisons on the stock market. They were supposed to guarantee that bodies are going to be in these prisons. You know, they need bodies in these damn prisons. So what they do, they start making up these little crazy bullshit-ass laws to get us on. Just like out here in California, they needed to fill these prisons. That's when they came up with the gang injunctions. So now, nigga, you walk around in a purple shirt. Well, you're Grape Street. That's a gang injunction. Anybody who's with you, they're Grape Street. All you got to go to jail. If one person robs a liquor store, your whole gang got to go. That's why out here in California, they run it up in people's apartments, taking everybody out the apartment. Kamala Harris, she was a part of that whole thing too, by the way. Truancy laws. We're going to throw the mama and your parents in jail if your kid don't go to school. You understand? So down there in Texas, they got to fill them prisons up. Them prisons are getting a little empty. Yeah, with Bobby Smurda. Yeah, but down there in Texas, that whole prison thing, because they think they're cowboys. So, you know, they got all those prisons down there, and they need those prisons filled. You dig? So now they come up with this janky-ass law. Grape Street? Yeah, Grape Street. Yeah, Grape Street is real. Grape Street is an actual street in Watts. Grape Street Crips. Grape Street is an actual street.
I didn't know that.
Man. Yeah, states are losing money.
I didn't know that.
Do y'all understand the prison game is heavy? You're supposed to guarantee bodies in these prisons.
And I thought that was the street name.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw the video of Kamala Harris eating a damn pork chop.
I thought they called it that because
I saw. She's so desperate at this point.
Purple. I thought they nicknamed it that because of
she's so desperate at this point.
I didn't know they nicknamed it from a street in California.
But yeah, she's up here eating a damn pork chop.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's another thing. So look, y'all doing if you down there in Texas doing the cucumber challenge or sharing a video of the cucumber challenge, now that's a crime. I'm telling y'all, they're going to, anything you do, they're going to say that it's sexual.
He should have said potentially.
When they start doing that, when they start policing and criminalizing online behavior, look at what they're criminalizing. Look, this is Texas. Listen to me. In Texas, they just had a mass shooting down there. The bodies ain't even cold yet. So instead of criminalizing radical white supremacist online activity, Understand? That's the governor. Instead of criminalizing these radical ass white supremacists online plotting these shootings, well, we're going to criminalize sexual behavior. Wink, wink. And they know what that means. Yeah, we're going to criminalize sexual behavior. And that means the black people. Because our sexuality has always been criminalized. They have always criminalized us sexually. You dig? With Me Too and all that stuff, we know what it is. They're trying to change the narrative. See, again, that's them criminalizing us, because those sex laws, that's going to be for us. That's going to take the focus off all the white supremacists, because remember, all the white supremacists down there, they all mixed in with law enforcement. Then you got Amber Geiger down there. They're trying to finesse that trial. You dig? You got these race soldiers out there. And this is another thing, too. Because there is an election season right now, notice a lot of white supremacists are actually getting charged now. Speaking of Texas, that one white supremacist who shot his neighbor and killed his black neighbor, and they let him go. They just charged him with murder for killing the black man, because this guy has the white supremacist, I think he shot at his girlfriend, and he has a history of being violent. So now what they're doing, they're trying to get in front of the violence with these people, because the white supremacists, they give these violent folks passes over and over again. And when they ultimately kill people, now people are looking to sue because nothing was done, nothing was done about these people. So now they charged him for killing the black man only after the fact that this man has had a history of violence. He's continued to be violent. So they white sacrificed him. Just like in Florida. Notice in Florida, the white supremacists who shot the brother at the gas station, not the gas station, at the liquor store. The white supremacist was out there racially antagonizing people, yelling at the brother's girlfriend for being in a handicapped spot. The brother went outside and defended his family. And the white supremacist shot him. And remember, the police chief out there was like, well, he stood his ground. I mean, that push, it looked like a very violent push. So they were going to try to get on code, and they were protecting that white supremacist, trying to use the stand your ground law. The thing is, the guy has a history of doing the same shit over and over again. The guy has a history of trying to instigate altercations with strangers. Y'all know that? I mean, this guy has a long history of doing that shit. Pulling guns on people. He has a history of that. So now, because of all these killings, when these white supremacists are out here murdering people, you can't say, well, you didn't know. People are starting to look at these prosecutors and these DAs, because this is an election cycle. So people are up for re-election. So they don't want that to be used against them politically. You don't want to say, Sheriff Johnson allowed a murderer to go free several times before he did a mass shooting. Do you want to elect him as your sheriff? So they understand this is politics right now. It's a political cycle, so they're white sacrificing certain cats now. You know, because it's an election cycle, you don't want to seem like a hardcore, you kind of got to soften your white supremacy up a little bit, so you got to do a couple of white sacrifices. You understand? So we need to use that to our advantage. That's why I look with Pantaleo, they fired Pantaleo. You know, they fired him, charged the Texas guy for murder. They convicted the guy in Florida. He actually got convicted for manslaughter. So I want to see what the sentence is going to be. But at this time, this would be the right time to start putting the spotlight on a lot of people, especially Zimmerman. We need to put the spotlight back on Zimmerman's ass. And this is what we need to do. Find out the people in law enforcement who's not prosecuting him, who's letting him go. See, that's the thing we need to be doing. All these people who are giving Zimmerman a pass, see, we got to pull these people to the forefront and say, hey, look, this guy's up for election. This guy's up for prosecutor. Okay, remember, you guys protected Zimmerman. Make your ass own that. You there? Yeah, see, the thing about Zimmerman, you got to make all the people protecting him own that. That's the thing. See, Zimmerman is being protected. Who are the politicians protecting him? Who's the sheriffs protecting him? See, yeah, we're going to, we need to have a conversation. We can do this the easy way. We can do it the hard way. Oh, it's real. Oh, you better believe it's real. Yeah, it's real. I've used it. Yeah. Man. And they were cool. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Go to Buffalo Wild Wings. I represent them. Go to Buffalo Wild Wings, get you some wings. They're all about justice. I rock with Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah. So yeah, dude. So we gotta be on folks. We gotta be on folks heavy. See, that's why they're always trying to protect these white supremacists. See, that's why, we gotta find out who they are. That's why I tell y'all, if you guys get into altercations with people, y'all need to get license plates, names, all that stuff. Y'all got to get all that stuff. Yeah? Yeah, and I can get free buffalo wings. Y'all don't see me buck dancing. You dig? All that buck dancing niggas are doing online for some damn chicken sandwich. You bucking, Popeye chicken, you bucking your damn eyes for a chicken sandwich. And I get free chicken, I ain't got to do all that. Man. Man. So yeah, but I'm going to have to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and give them some ideas for Black History Month for buffalo wing flavors. Yeah, oh man, I gotta go to them and give them some little flavors, like some Harriet Tubman hot wings or some Frederick Douglass fries or some Selma salsa. Man. Come up with some new flavors. Some Rosa Parks. Maybe some Rosa Parks lemon peppers. Yeah. Or some John Lewis biscuits. How about that? That'll be delicious. Some John Lewis butter biscuits. Well, you got to really beat the biscuits real good to get the dough nice and soft. Man. Man. Yeah, we'll get a little Black History Month. Like some Lil Nas X bussy pie. Have some little cool desserts to have. That'll be tight. Man. But I've been thinking about opening a restaurant too. I need to open my own restaurant.
All right. So I just wanted y'all to see earlier, as he showed Tethers getting rewarded from the NAACP for an essay by expressing their disapproval of reparations being awarded to FBA's ADOS. Tether from what? She from Nigeria somewhere? First of all, why are they even? I mean, that's like one of us in Ukraine writing an essay for why Ukrainians shouldn't get something, or better yet, we're in Russia. And we're writing an essay on why Russia shouldn't pay, or either way. Most of us over here got little knowledge of what's really going on over there. How do we feel like we have a say-so? Like, why would you even participate in something like that? Like, I would be over there in Ukraine and Russia, like, hey, man, that's for y'all. It's not for me to say. So the Ukrainians is saying, hey, we want compensation for, damage, people dead and things like that through war. And here I am talking about, no, y'all don't, because y'all should have let Russia get, y'all should never try to rock with NATO. Like they'll look at me like, dude, if you don't get out of our damn country, that's the arrogance of some of these black immigrants that come over here. They really feel like they can give an opinion on something. Now, this is even worse. The masses of FBA adults feel like we're owed reparations. So how do you come over here and represent the minority? All right, so I'm over here trying to, you know what? So I was supposed to have a debate today. Actually, it was a continuation from Friday. Because Friday got a little sloppy. Friday got a little sloppy. Peace, Golden Brown, Corey G, Lord. So I hope y'all like this thumbnail right here. So I'm gonna cover a few things. Shit. This thumbnail right here. So I'm gonna cover. Hey, like this thumbnail right here. I want to make sure if I can talk over this thumbnail. Like this thumbnail right here. All right, so y'all can hear me. All right, so I always said this, and my research confirmed it. When you hear Tethers whine and complain about us over here in our country, our homeland that we never fled from, that we helped build. Okay, when they come over here, you'll hear them say we're lazy, we're violent, but then they will say we get government assistance. I want y'all to really, really, really think about that one, because that one is worse. That talking point is actually more dangerous and worse than we're violent, we're lazy. Let me tell you why. Ronald Reagan was calling our mothers, aunts, sisters, grandmothers, daughters, wives. He were calling them welfare queens, for being on welfare is what he says. So when people say that, And even a few minority of us use those talking points. Never, never, ever be ashamed for seeking out assistance, whether it be from a church, a friend, or government. Okay? Now, be ashamed if you could do better and you choose not to, and you let this assistance support your whole life. Okay, and your family. Yes, that's shameful. But never, never, ever be ashamed of seeking out assistance, government, or any type of assistance. But let's talk about government for helping you get your feet up under you. I'm going to explain why. White America, start from slavery and past slavery and all through Jim Crow until integration past the 80s, 90s, 2000, all the way to 2025. White America, damn near none of these white folks would be successful if it wasn't for government assistance. I'm telling you, I'm somebody who researched the timeline, okay? And I'll get into this. I might do a little bit today, but government assistance and handouts is what built white America, and it's also what made white people successful. They've always had handouts and government assistance their entire existence in this country. They've always had it. Okay. When immigrants come over here, especially Caribbean, Mexican, they're not coming over here with a bag. They're coming over here with a bag on their back and some open-toe sandals, right? Looking for work. Okay, do you think when they get over here, they're just blessed with a home and a car and a business? No. They're going to get government, state, local government assistance, cash assistance to get them on their feet. And then they, from there, potentially could do their own thing. So they get government assistance. White folks in America, that's all they ever had to survive. Government assistance. I'm talking about they had so many bailouts over and over and over and over. So I also call government assistance not just money and land and jobs, but also zoning out FBAs and ADOS from participating in their programs. So programs that was set aside for Americans, FBAs and ADOS were boxed out by like redlining laws, all type of laws. They had FHA laws, Federal Housing Administration, so many laws they had that boxed us out from, taking advantage of certain programs, which I will get into. Okay, so for one, 1862 Homestead Act, Abraham Lincoln, he decided to give new immigrants, old immigrants, okay? Old immigrants are considered, now everybody I'm naming are European. So nativists, if I say American nativists, I'm not saying native, like Native Americans or Native Indians. I'm saying nativists. So American nativists, these are the white folks who came here from Britain and Americanized themselves, fought for independence and got it. Those are American nativists. Okay, so they helped establish America. So after America was already here, Europeans who came over, they're split. Old immigrants, new immigrants. Okay, old immigrants would be the uppity Europeans, or the Europeans with the pure bloodline. That would be people from UK, Belgium, Germany, France, countries like that. They're called old immigrants. They was always highly favored. They're like first and second round draft choice to assimilate to the white America. New immigrants would be old immigrants. That would cover Northern Europe and Western Europe. New immigrants would be like a fifth round draft choice. Okay, undesirable, just filling the roster. They got to play for their spot. Okay, these are the Europeans that are from Southern Europe and Eastern Europe. Okay, so that's important. So in 1862, and at this point they really have immigration laws. So when they invited them over, they was coming in droves. Okay, so 1862, Abraham Lincoln said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna create an act, or I'm gonna sign off to an act called the Homestead Act. The Homestead Act gave 140 acres, you heard what I said, 140 acres of land to American nativists and immigrants. So those two groups are white people. Immigrants were composed of old and new, and citizens. So it was for American citizens, which are the American nativists, and it was for immigrants. So the immigrants would be all whites that came from Europe after America was established, after Independence Day. And citizens would be those who are come from the lineage and stock that established Independence Day, 4th of July, 1776. Anyway, 140 acres of land he gave to many of them. And the only thing they had to do was make a pledge that they will till the ground, they'll upkeep it, add some, build on it, the land, build on it, like make it, keep it up, pimp my ride type, pimp my land type stuff. You dig? And that's it. And then never to leave America. Like, that means you're going to stay here. Like, you're going to be Americanized. You're going to assimilate to white America. Now, nothing they did before then, where this was earned land. And land at that time was money. Land at that time was a lot of money. Okay. So they didn't earn this at all. This was a gift. You ever heard the term gifted? When something was gifted to somebody, that means that it's not necessarily earned. It just, somebody just good heart. When you give your kids Christmas presents, like, you don't give them presents based off but an average American don't give their kids Christmas presents based off their grades in school. You give it to them, you give them presents no matter what their grades are. That's the average mindset of American. So that means, and they're called gifts, right? They're called Christmas gifts. That means that it's not earned necessarily. You're gifting it to them. So the land was gifted to these white Americans. They never did anything to deserve it. It wasn't earned. 3 years later, 20 FBAs had negotiated with a general from the Union. This is summing up the Civil War, right? We hope the Union win it. So now we're negotiating. We're like, hey, and then this negotiation could have been before the war, but nevertheless, it was a negotiation of 20 Black FBA ADOS leaders. And they said, hey, man, what we want is 40 acres in the mule. Well, 40 acres in the mule, right? Really, they didn't even say that. Like, that's more mythical. What they asked for was 400,000 acres of the Confederates' land that took the L. Abraham Lincoln said, or the general said, yes. Abraham Lincoln signed off on it. He said, you got it. The story tells the Union won with our help, and Abraham Lincoln granted, he stood by his promise. So you'll see Abraham Lincoln really stood by his promise when it came to FBAs and ADOS almost every time. So as far as I'm concerned, if we can call a president good with quotations on it, he, or the best with quotations, he is by far the best president for that that we experienced in this country. I'm not saying he's good as far as he's our president, like we voted him in, but I'm saying for a white guy, white man, to not be from our lineage, really don't gain from helping us out, actually did the most for us than any other president. And he stood by his promises too. Okay, so 400,000 acres of Confederate land, he stuck to his promise, he gave it to us. And what we did was we divided it amongst ourselves, and that's how they get 40 acres and a mule. And the 20 generals were smart. They said, we want tillable land. We want tillable land, right? We want fertile soil to grow, to live off of, and now we can bring value to it. They understood the 140 acres that was given to white folks that wasn't earned. So white folks were gifted land, gifted income. That's called government assistance. They were given land for no reason. That's called government assistance. And on the other hand, Abraham Lincoln, despite what you heard, did not give us something. That was part of the negotiation and us going into war, helping the Union win. So it was a business deal, and we got what we agreed to. So he didn't give us anything. He was just honoring his word. Then, as you know, he got assassinated, and the next president had took everything back and gave it back to the Confederates. So that land was money. So when those Europeans and those whites got 140 acres land, that was like a bag, step up. And when we had our 40 acres and a mule each, that was a bag. It was beneath theirs by 100, but it was a bag nonetheless. So we're far, but we're pacing behind. We're far, but we're there. They could see us in their rear view. Okay, but when they took that from us and gave it back to the Confederate States, so Confederates, that right there was the first wealth gap, okay, between us and whites, outside of being enslaved as free people. So now that alone will probably be enough for the wealth gap to be too far and wide to ever catch up. That alone, 140 acres each, and we get nothing. But the story continues. Like, they continue to get government assistance, government help, and they continue to box us out of wealth, or deliberately or intentionally just take it from us. Golden Brown said, I didn't know who you gave oranges to, but so be it. Who doesn't deserve a wrench? Okay, so the only people that don't deserve a wrench. Okay, what's up, Chairman X? The only people who doesn't deserve a wrench are people who are against FBA. Okay, so I just want to let y'all know, I look at the chat here and there. Okay, this is how I get my concentration. I'm not reading anything, by the way. Like, I'm just well studied on this. So in order for you to not be distracted and my train of thought, I don't look at the chat because I'm not reading it. I'm just recalling it from my brain. So, but if you guys are arguing in the chat, that's people right to disagree. But the only people who should not have a wrench are people who are against FBAs and ADOS. And what I mean against, I'm saying like against reparations, that's a main thing, and against us self-identifying. So those are two main talking points we have. Okay, now they can't be undermining us, things like that. If they do, that's when their rents is snatched. If they have it. All right, so let me get back to the chat. So chain X, where you go? Chairman X. WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yeah, there you go. So Chairman X knows what I'm talking about. I'm about to get him on one live. He has a dope acronym, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, right? And those were considered old immigrants, you know, the uppity, pure bloodline, Europeans. Lord Maul says, just imagine the wealth our people would have today if those Cro-Magnon devils didn't. Hey, yeah, listen, they did worse than just that. Like, so that's all I mentioned so far. But we will, America, not just how great we would be, but this country, that we would be like probably 50 times richer than what it is now. But a lot of whites' hatred for us leveling up, they sacrifice their own leveling up, which is like kamikaze, it's like suicide. So a lot of them are willing to kill themselves just so we don't have a level up. So that wasn't enough. So Abraham Lincoln definitely honored his promise almost damn every time. So Abraham Lincoln helped set up, where he passed the act for the Freedmen Bureau, I think, bank. Okay. So it was a savings bank. It was not an investment bank. And banks, from what I'm reading, I'm not a banker, but from what I'm reading, banks really grow when they lend. So our bank didn't lend, it was a savings bank. So now, I will get to my notes to see when was that established. I gotta know that. Yes, it was 400,000 acres. Okay. Okay, so 1865. So 1865. So now I'm at my notes. So he did this in 1865. So this was along with the 40 acres and a mule. So this was a private bank created by President. It was not created by President Abraham Lincoln. He signed off to it. Okay, so it was established to help newly freed FBA's ADOS after the Civil War. Now, this bank ended up getting savings. It had 70,000 depositors. So 70,000 Black folks, FBAs and ADOS, were depositing to this bank. It accumulated in its savings at its highest peak. Keep in mind, this bank was established in 1865. In less than 9 years, the savings were up to $70 million. You heard me right. Less than 9 years. Don't forget, 70 million. Then 1865, compared to now, all this inflation, I gotta assume it's probably $1 billion. Probably $1 billion back then. We're talking about damn near 200 years later. Okay, so the question is, how did newly freed FBAs and ADOS come up with almost $70 million in less than 9 years? So that's a question for tethers, trolls, and white supremacists that claims that pull it by your bootstrap, we're lazy, all these things. What were we doing to get that much money? Okay, but anyway, so I don't know who worked harder than us. I don't know who worked smarter than us. So yeah, you guys might work hard because You come over here as illegal immigrants, so you're gonna work in sweatshops. But you damn sure don't work smarter. You might work harder, but you don't work smarter. In less than 9 years, the bank had almost $70 million in savings. What happened? So I think the guy name was Sherry. So a white, so the guy, the white name is like hidden. So, but anyway, when they established the bank, when Abraham Lincoln established the bank, he appointed some white guy as something in the bank. So he came with the bank. So he sabotaged the bank by investing the money. Again, this was not supposed to be an investment bank. Okay, so the bank won black folks' trust because it said it's a savings bank. Your money is safe here. We're not going to touch it. So this white guy, I don't really know his role in the company in the bank, I forgot, but he decided to invest their hard-earned money in highly, highly volatile investments. Like almost like he was day trading with their money, because day trading is a highly risk investment. Or investing in penny stocks is like seen as like silly if you plan on taking investment seriously. So he basically took our hard-earned money and invested in penny stocks and like day trading with penny stocks, betting on games, soccer games, with our money. So he ended up tanking the whole bank, where the bank ended up somewhere near negative $3 million. Negative $3 million, something like that. So, but he put us under. So that's twice. So the first time they took the 40 acres and mill back. This time they took all of our 70 million something dollars and turned it on his head. Now the money went somewhere. It ain't just evaporate. The money went wherever he spent it on, wherever he invested, where the investments he put the money on. Okay, so basically he poured the 70 million back into white America's economy somewhere. Okay, so now that's twice where we had wealth, we were stripped, we got wealth again. And by the way, do you know after that, that's 1874, by the way, when the bank went under. After that, of course, FBAs and ADOS are going to be reluctant in putting their money in the bank again, which is a bad, bad move. You know, it's smart because of, you see what happened to you, but that's bad. So they listen, white supremacists, they have this thing where they make good things bad, like government assistance. That's good, but they make it bad where we be ashamed of it. Banks are supposed to be good, but they make it bad where we don't want to, rock with it. So you'll see that thing where good things that you're supposed to do to level up, white supremacists will cause a bad experience for us with it, where we don't want to go back. And now it's just all theirs. So you see that thing play out over and over and over. So go to Brown. Who was you talking about? You said, what is the plate? You keep saying somebody got a wrench. Corey Jones. You keep saying somebody got a wrench who shouldn't have a wrench. I don't know. You're not telling me why they shouldn't have a wrench. And by the way, you don't got to debate people in the chat, right? You can just listen to the daily or nightly podcast. Like chatting is an option. No, chatting is great. You should do that. But debating in the chat is an option. Said Brad and Becky are the real welfare kings. Yeah. Welfare queens, right? So for them to paint us as it's just propaganda. All right. Yeah. Embezzled the money, right? But claimed that he high risk investments. Yeah. Don't take personal arguments. Don't make personal arguments like that serious. Like even as a moderator, like this is my channel, and you guys would disagree with me sometimes. Well, what I'm not gonna do is take away your rents because I don't expect you to agree with all my ideas. I only expect you to agree with FBA and ADOS ideas. But my little side weird ideas, I might be stronger on police and government than you. I might be more tolerant for certain behavior by certain ages in our communities, FBA ADOS. You might be more intolerant. But I won't be like, hey man, let me take your wrench because you don't believe exactly the way I believe. I don't expect it. So yeah, so if you're just having an argument outside of FBA ADOS, that's not really wrench worthy type shit. Like I said, so many times FBAs and ADOS disagree with me when I touch on things outside of on code. Just it might be something else, and they disagree like a mug. And I don't trip. I be like, okay. Like, let's say we talking history. Let's say if Chairman X disagreed, then I'm gonna say, all right, bro, what you think? And I'm gonna say, put a link in the chat. You know what I mean? Like, let me read what you got. I'm not gonna trip. All right. Okay. So after that, so now you see the wealth. Yeah, he's FBA. So now you see like the wealth. The wealth is being stripped from us over and over and over. So now look what happens. In the early 1900s, zoning laws has come into practice where states were practicing these zoning laws where they wouldn't let just black people, period. I was gonna say affluent, but it don't even matter because you probably want affluent, but if you had the money to buy a house in a nice suburban area where it just so happens white folks are there, the zoning laws will prevent you from doing that. The zoning laws is what kept you in the hood, kept you in your place. Literally kept. You know how we say it kept you in your place. Well, zoning laws literally kept FBA's ADOS in their places, right where they lived at. And you could only buy a house where other FBA's ADOS live, or maybe an area where there's no whites and whites don't desire to move there. Those were the only places you could buy a home. This is called zoning laws. Okay. In 1917, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down racial zoning in Bucking versus Worley. However, cities continue to use other discriminatory practices, such as redlining and restrictive covenants. Now, in my notes, that's one thing I didn't put. I read on it, but I didn't put it in here. So the only thing I think I left out was restrictive covenants. I think we know about redlining. So once the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the zoning laws, then that's when 70 years later, about that time, that's when redlining was introduced. Okay, so zoning laws were introduced in the early 1900s. These laws were often motivated by racism and classism and were used to prevent FBA ADOS from moving into the middle class and upper class neighborhoods, right? So no matter how good we were doing in life, with all these setbacks and Jim Crow and black codes, Jim Crow laws and black codes, we still found a way to be successful. So again, when a white supremacist, when a tether or some type of troll. So when I say troll, a troll could be anybody. A troll is like anybody unidentified. We don't know if this person is FBA, tether, whatever. I just say troll. So troll just covers everybody. So because a troll ain't no better than or worse than the tether of white supremacy. So the troll means it could be any one of them, any pick you pick. So white supremacists, tethers, and trolls. Which one of them became successful in regards to the obstacles deliberately set in front of them to fail? So we can ask that question because you got these FBAs still trying to buy homes after their bank was sabotaged, after 40 acres were taken back from them. They're still trying to buy a house in the middle class and upper class neighborhoods of white America. So you're getting guys stripped of 40 acres in a mule, and 9 years later, $70-something million in the bank. So we want to know, when did they do this? Because white history was all about handouts and government assistance. And all of the tethers and trolls that came over here, all they got too was handouts and government assistance. Will the immigrant who didn't receive handouts and government assistance please stand up? All of their histories in this country is literally handouts and government assistance. Now, the one thing we could brag about as being ADOS, keep this talking point. The one thing we can brag about, because I'm reading it to you, we were blocked out. We were boxed out of government. I just showed you zoning laws. Zoning laws prevented us from buying homes in affluent areas in white America. So we were the only people to thrive and exist in this country without handouts and government assistance. I'll say it again, embed it in your brain as a major talking point. When they talk government assistance and handouts, you say, hey, we were the only people to never get handouts and government assistance until recently, until about, integration. Because these laws against us were legal. They were outlawed in 1968, the Federal Housing Act. So until 1968, all these laws were on the book. From 1865, Emancipation Proclamation, all those things, abolishment of slavery. From that time, 14th Amendment, 13th Amendment, 15, 16, 17, 18. From that time all the way until 19, so you basically say from 1868 until 1968, all of those laws were official, enacted, boxing us out of leveling up. 100 years of no government assistance, 100 years of no government, state, local handout. So keep that talking point. 100 years we went without government assistance, government handout, state, local government handouts or assistance. 100 years. Nobody can say that. Nobody who came to this country can say that they was without government assistance and handouts for 100 years. We're the only people that can say that. We had the less government assistance, and we had the least government assistance, and we had the least handouts over anybody to ever come here. So this stuff is fairly new to us, government assistance. That's fair. And even still, we don't get it. And I'm gonna get into that. All right, so that's what zoning laws were. They were to stop us from leveling up, keep us in poverty, even though we had the means to get out of poverty. All right. So I'm gonna say something that I'm not gonna read today, but I'm gonna say, have you ever heard of the term hired out? Hired out. I'm not gonna explain it, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's for the next slide. Okay. So you got something called, I'm going to my notes. You got something called So you got something called peonage. Anybody know what peonage is? Peonage is a system of debt bondage. where a worker is faced, where a worker, peonage is a system of debt bondage where a worker is forced to work to pay off a debt to an employer. It's also known as debt slavery or debt servitude. Okay. Now, how did this play into stripping us or locking us out of wealth? Sharecropping. Sharecroppers were given supplies by the landowner. Fines, workers could be arrested for their crimes or on trumped up charges and forced to work to pay off fines. Let me ask you this. At this time in America, this is like early 1900s, do you believe that the landowners were trumping up charges against FBA adult sharecroppers, forcing them to work longer to pay off these fines, forcing more free work, free labor to allegedly pay off these fines for the crime? Yes, that was happening, of course. So landowners, they will criminally charge you with the crime when they are lying, false police report, okay, false charges, and then make you work it off. And of course, you did this forever. You got really paid nothing or little to nothing. Okay, watch this. Now you know this is old. This is before 1900s. This is before 1900. Actually, this is old. Because Congress, I mean, it went on past 1900s, but this started way before then. Because Congress outlawed peonage in 1867, so we know that this is way before that. The practice continued, so it continued in the South after Reconstruction, especially among FBAs and ADOS, if not only FBA and ADOS. So, you know, peonage was way before 1900s. It was outlawed in 1867. That's Abraham Lincoln. So he outlawed it. The South still practicing. So peonage, where Black wealth wasn't growing because they had to keep paying back the landowner. Okay, so they got convict leasing. So convict leasing was going on at the same time. So farmers, so Black, you know, the agricultural work, you know, when they say, you'll hear Tethers say, well, who's going to do the agricultural work and the farming now that these illegals are being deported? We got Black farmers already. You know, the same Black farmers who are being locked out. They don't get any grants, any government assistance. You know, they got to keep suing because they're being discriminated against. Yeah, those Black farmers, the ones that white supremacy is trying to discourage and get them out the game. Yeah, those Black farmers would love to take on those contracts. And I'm sure there's other FBs and ADOS that wouldn't mind going to those areas to live at. They're very peaceful, especially if there's a big contract there. All right. So after I do a couple reading, I'm gonna try to follow the chat because there's a lot of arguing going on there for no reason. All right, so the convict leasing system was a practice in the United States after the Civil War. So it's after the Civil War, after we won, that forced prisoners to work for private companies. The system was a way for states to raise money. Listen. The Confederate States just lost, right? They lost. They lost the war to us. Okay, we beat them. So what they did was, once the Union pulled their troops from the South, because as long as their troops was in the South, that's when Black Reconstruction happened. I don't know if you know that, but Black Reconstruction was only a possibility because we had federal protection. But once the Union took the soldiers out the South and they went back to where they are normally at, like the North or whatever, the Southern states, like, all right, it's up. and they removed us from our positions that in our high positions that we were in from that Black Reconstruction period, and they called it putting us in our real place. Okay, then they had made up laws, or they didn't make up laws, but they relied on laws like vagrancy to lock up FBAs and ADOS and get them into the convict leasing system. So one more time, the convict lease system was a practice in the United States after the Civil War that forced prisoners to work for private companies. The system was a way for states to raise money, reduce jail overcrowding, and control the Black population. So they were pretty much, demolished from the war. So this was their way to raise money to build this, I guess, reconstruct the states. States leased prisoners to private companies such as plantations, mines, and railroads. Okay, I gotta say railroads because I'm going to probably play a live tomorrow, or I don't know when, but where Tariq Nasheed was debating Jeff, the guy who was acting like Black folks ain't built the country, that somehow Europeans was alongside, and he started just randomly naming race, ethnic groups, and then, but you see right here, railroads. So Tariq was right. This is way before Chinese people came over here. Okay, and Chinese people were actually banned from this country. So Tariq needs to probably brush up on American history a little more, because he could kill that right there. He could say, well, what time period did the Chinese come over? They were banned from the country for a long while. Companies and individuals paid leasing fees to state, county, and local governments in exchange for the labor in farms, mines, lumber yards, brickyards, manufacturing facilities, factories, railroads, again, and road construction. The convict leasing fees generated substantial amounts of revenue for the South, for Southern states, county, and local budgets, and lasted through World War II. World War II, that was about 47, around there, 8, 9, 1950, I'm thinking. So convict leasing popped off during Reconstruction. So you could say around 1890s. And convict leasing lasted all the way around World War II, you could say late 1940s or early 1950s. So that's a long time building your state back up with free labor. So ain't that wild? Right? The Southern states got built back up literally from free labor, from us, FBA, ADOS. So again, when they come over talking shit, Tethers, trolls, and white supremacists, it's like, okay, you guys don't want to have a real serious conversation. You guys want to just troll and be time wasting Tethers. Louisiana, 1844, I believe, was the first case of convict leasing. I'm not sure. But let's see. Check this out. In 1898, 73% of Alabama's annual state revenue came from convict leasing. I said one more time. In 1898, I told you around Black Reconstruction, late 1890s. In 1898, 73% of Alabama's annual state income, state revenue, came from convict leasing. They literally used us to build the state back up. All these southern states that got demolished from that war and had to reconstruct, they literally had us either do it or work for companies to generate money so they can build it up. But 73% of Alabama's revenue, state revenue, was from convict leasing. So peonage, black farmers, agriculture workers working and not getting paid. Now you got convict leasing. Now they're charging random black people, random FBAs and ADOS with crime just to get them in the convict leasing system. So they are literally locking us out of wealth on top of the zoning laws, on top of sabotaging our bank with all the money, all the millions of money in there, and reneging on 40 acres and mules. So there was this serious attempt on locking us out of wealth completely. Not even like just a little bit, completely. All right, let me rest my eyes and take a look at the chat, see what you're arguing about. Okay. So Golden Brown, y'all talking about Omar School. This is okay. Y'all are in Umar. Yeah, that ain't got to do with that. Yeah, that's not a wrench-worthy conversation. You know, because some people, you know, Umar is controversial, and some FBAs rock with him, some ADOS don't. You know, I can't say good or bad, right or wrong. He's a public figure, so it's not like, you know, I don't know. It's not. If he was private, then I could say, hey man, leave him alone because you don't know everything about him or enough about him to draw an opinion. But he's a public figure, so there's enough out there where people can say yay or nay. I know one thing. His best interview ever was on Joe Budden podcast. That was a good one. Okay, so I think we'll just go over here and that's going to be it. I think. So you got the Homeowners Loan Corporation. So this is 19, so I'm trying to give you a timeline. So I went, so 1910 was the zoning laws. Peonage was before 1900. And convict leasing started in 1890s. Okay, so these things happened, and then it was the zoning laws, and now right after the zoning laws, because they gotta, you know, you gotta lay the foundation for white supremacy before you start unleashing the crackling. So right after they did zoning laws, they decided to do this next because they gotta do this. They gotta do zoning laws first, because if they do this first, then we will be living in those suburban areas, middle class, upper class. So let me show you how they box us out of wealth from this. So Homeowners Loan Corporation, HOLC, was created in 1933 to help homeowners who were at risk of foreclosure. Now keep in mind, this is 1933. So that means this is after the Great Depression, 1929. So that means most Americans were not doing well. Okay? Most Americans were not doing well, and they were probably barely holding on to their homes and things like that. So America realized that and decided to say, all right, well, let's help out homeowners. Let's bail out homeowners. So you would think it's called Homeowners Loan Corporation. That's for all homeowners, right? So it was created in 1933 to help homeowners who were at risk of foreclosure. The HOLC was part of Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal. However, the HOLC's practices contributed to racial housing inequality and segregation. No. Redlining, redlining and discrimination or discriminatory lending institutions were then, and some now, deny access to capital. So now we see redlining through Homeowners Loan Corporation was denying FBAs and ADOS capital. So more locking us out of the wealth, strengthening the case for reparations. So we would deny access to capital in these neighborhoods, which could have improved the housing and economic opportunities for residents. So they wanted to bail out all homeowners, but excluding FBA and ADOS. HOLC worked with FHA, which is called at that time, it was established in 1934. I'm going to do the next Federal Housing Administration. Do not confuse it with Federal Housing Act. So HOLC worked with FHA to establish discriminatory lending practices and racist thinking about property values. The FHA insured mortgages in white-only neighborhoods, and the HOLC's practices contributed to the use of racial wait, let me just wait. I know that I wrote that wrong. I wrote that down wrong. Oh, restrictive. Okay, so this HOLC's practices contributed to the use of racially restrictive covenants. You got the GI Bill. The GI Bill of 1944. So these are other racial discriminatory things. So you got the which we're gonna talk on later. So you got the GI Bill of 1944 provided low interest loans, but the program's structure prevented FBA ADOS from fully accessing these benefits, locking out of wealth again. You got the American Housing Act of 1949, expanded the federal government's role in housing. That's one I ain't got either. Okay, so now let's talk about the FHA, the Federal Housing Administration. FHA, established in 1934. So this is right after the Homeowners Loan Corporation in 1933. Okay, this was passed by Congress to help destabilize the housing market during the Great Depression. So again, these are the HOLC. That's government assistance for white people, white Americans. So white Americans. So they can miss you with all that government assistance talk. Nobody got more government assistance than them ever. Okay. So anyway, purpose of this was to expand. The purpose of the Federal Housing Administration was to expand home ownership for working class Americans, increase the availability of mortgages, protect lending institutions, and stimulate home construction. Incentivize lenders to offer more mortgages to home buyers. FHA loans were more lenient on credit scores. So that means that, the credit scores you have, they say, nope, too low. They said the FHA loans were lenient on credit scores, making it easier for first-time homeowners to buy and to qualify. The percentage of families owning their homes increased. Now look at this dip for white America. It increased families from owning a home from 44% to 63% between 1934 and 1972. So this program was very successful because it 44% to 63% white folks owning homes. However, the FHA did little to address the housing needs of FBAs and ADOS. The FHA used a red line on maps to delineate areas where financial institutions would not invest. Of course, that was our neighborhoods. I think I'd read this one as last. The GI Bill of 1944 was discriminatory against FBAs, ADOS. The bill was implemented locally, which allowed states to discriminate against FBAs, ADOS, veterans in housing and education. In the South, FBA's veterans were not allowed to attend state universities. FBA veterans face challenges in assessing their benefits. FBA veterans face discrimination in housing. Realtors denied loans to FBAs and ADOS. Local and state government discriminated in healthcare. FBA ADOS. You can't make this up. So I have one more video. So I'm done with my reading for now. There's a lot to go. This needs to be a show in itself. All right, so I got one more video. And after this video, call it a night. This video's on topic. So the last video that I played earlier, that's 5 years ago, by the way. It's 5 years ago, but it comes off like it's new because it's still relevant. The talking points that Tariq Nasheed was going through were still relevant. Make sure. Okay, so I think we're good right here.
Things to undermine reparations for Black people already. The New York Times put out this article talking about we should be talking about a gay reparation for gay people. So they're already stacking this thing up with throwing out stuff. The white media is throwing stuff out there. Down in Brazil, they just used some of the laws down there that were supposed to protect people based on race. They're going to use those laws to protect gay people down in Brazil. This happened this week. They're going to use laws down there to protect gay people in Brazil. If you use certain discriminatory language, that's going to be illegal down there in Brazil. So they're going hard to undermine Black people globally. They're going hard to undermine Black people globally. All right? The Clay Theaters in San Francisco, not Oakland. That's why I said San Francisco and Oakland. All right? It is. But look, this meeting they're about to have, this bogus ass hearing they're about to have with Ta-Nehisi Coates and all that, they're about to start this all-inclusive thing. They're going to go up here and talk about how we're going to get out here and talk about our feelings. It's going to be about that. And hold on, let me play this clip where Sheila Jackson Lee, she was on Al Sharpton's show, and they were already talking about no cash payments. They're talking about we need education and all this. Hold on, let me play this. Okay, let me see if I can play this. Hold on, let me find it real quickly, just to show you the con game that's already brewing. Okay, this is it right here. Let me let y'all hear this. All right, where are we at? Y'all bear with me for a second. Y'all bear with a player for a second. Window capture. All right. Yeah, I know I'm looking real tired right now because I am. Okay. Okay, where are we? This is it right here. Okay, this is Sheila Jackson Lee on Al Sharpton's show. Okay? Now, this is Sheila Jackson Lee. They're talking about the reparations talk.
When African slaves were first brought here to the United States, 1789, when, as I said earlier, it was institutionalized in the laws of the land, all the way into the 21st century, de jure and de facto, and in particular.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
We're not focused on payments. We're focused on ending the disparities, asking the question and finding the solutions why.
Hold. Now, did y'all just hear that? Sheila Jackson Lee, she tried to slip that in real fast. We're not focused on payments. We're focusing on ending the disparity. Wait, hold on. How are we going to do that without payments? How are you going to do that without payments? She tried to slip that in there real fast. Well, we're not focused on payments, but right there, when they say that, everything else is going to be a farce. Everything else is going to be a farce. When they say we're not focused on payments, now everything else is a bunch of time-wasting BS. Reparations is about payments. It's that simple. That's the only thing it's about. Now, she's telling you right now it's not about payments. Hold on. Come on, dang, goddamn. Okay, here we go.
African slaves were first brought here to the United States. 1789, when, as I said earlier, it was institutionalized in the laws of the land, all the way into the 21st century, de jure de facto. And in particular, we're not focused on payments. We're focused on ending the disparities, asking the question and finding the solutions why 1 million plus incarcerated persons happen to be African Americans, why there are disparities in education, why is there a need?
No, no. What the hell you mean why? We know why. White supremacy is why. See, this is bullshit right here. This is time-wasting talk. We want to ask the questions why. No, damn a question. We know why. We need those payments. See, this is time-wasting right now. They're just wasting time. Hold on. This is BS right here.
To continuously try to, how should I say, stand up our excellent and outstanding historically black colleges. Why wouldn't that be one of the relief that we would look to, where the black colleges, historically black colleges, would never have to look a day at whether or not their doors are going to be closed.
Historical black colleges don't mean nothing. Most of those colleges, they're filled with immigrants right now. That has nothing to do with us. I don't give a damn about no historically black college. That don't mean nothing. You're just giving money back to white people. That don't mean nothing. Nothing. You got to have an income. You got to have an economy for an HBCU to work. When people get out of college, when they get out of the HBCU, they have to have an economic base to go to. This is Negro babble. This is Negro babble.
This number of African Americans, as they have done in the past, through those college doors. And then, of course, healthcare disparities that we have suffered from over the years.
Oh,
lack
Lord.
of access to health.
Okay, that's enough. So you hear the con game already. Okay, you hear the con game. And let me tell you something. The reason why Sheila Jackson Lee has been out here with this HR 40 con game for the longest, and she's been running this game. It's a con, this dragging on and on and on and on, this HR 40 con game that has no tangible benefits left to it. They ain't talking about giving anything. They're just talking about study, and let's ask the question why, and let's talk, and let's have some truth and reconciliation. This is a con game, and the reason why she's doing that, and they got her out there doing that, if we're talking about cash payments, guess what? Sheila Jackson Lee is not entitled to any. If we're talking about cash payments, Sheila Jackson Lee ain't entitled to no money because she's not a foundational black American. Sheila Jackson Lee is a first-generation Jamaican. Do y'all know that? Sheila Jackson Lee is a first-generation Jamaican. Both of her parents came from Jamaica. She's not even a foundational black American, so of course she's gonna keep talking in bullshit ass circles, and that's why she's always running up caping for immigration and all these other things that has nothing to do with foundational black Americans. She's a damn immigrant. Look it up. That's why she's talking in circles like that, dude. She's not even a foundational black American. She's not entitled to nothing. See, I've been telling y'all, they've been having these immigrant groups come in here and undermine us. The Congressional Black College is full of immigrants, first and second generation immigrants. She shouldn't even be talking about reparations. She's not even a foundational black American. Why in the hell is she talking about why is she the reparations poster child? She should never talk about reparations. We should shout her down and shut her down every time we damn get. She shouldn't even be talking about no damn reparations. She's not even one of us like that. We got to shut that down, family. We got to shut this stuff down. They're there to, I've been telling y'all, man, they got these immigrant coons who come in here to specifically undermine us. And then they put them, and I've been telling y'all how they get these immigrants who have low-key hostilities towards us and who want to undermine us to act as our representatives. And this is why we don't ever get anything done. Look at Obama. Obama was an immigrant. His dad was an immigrant. And look how he maintained that benign neglect policy. Colin Powell, immigrants. Eric Holder, immigrants. Look at these black elected officials that we have up here supposed to be representing us, and we getting shitted on. And they're just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They're there to undermine us, dude. They're there to undermine us and work with the white supremacists against us, dude. So Sheila Jackson Lee is the last person who should be talking about reparations because she's not even entitled to any. That's why she keeps talking about things that's going to benefit her people, immigrants, and other groups. Yes, Eric Holder, that nigga's from Barbados or something. He's a Caribbean. Colin Powell's Jamaican. You understand me, man? Yeah, we don't look at the backgrounds of these folks, man. That's something that I've been trying to tell people for years, man. I look at some of these politicians and I keep looking in their backgrounds and I keep seeing, okay, why are they getting all these immigrants to so-called represent us? And a lot of these immigrants are hostile towards us. No wonder we don't have anything going on for us. No wonder everything we get these people up here to be the voices and the mouthpieces for us, and they do everything they can to undermine the hell out of us. Come on, man. Sheila Jackson Lee has to go. Period. She has to go. She is not a representative of foundational Black Americans whatsoever at all. She does not represent us. She's working against us. It's just that simple. You dig? So when they have this BS conversation, everybody on the grassroots level, we have to delegitimize that conversation. It's not a legitimate conversation. This is a big ass farce that they're putting on in a con game they're trying to run on everybody. I'm telling y'all, they're going to be talking about gay rights, black, brown coalition, we all in this together, diversity is the greatest strength. They're going to be talking all that kumbaya Democrat, undermine black society, that morality, we got to have a moral fiber and we got to all get together and talk about our feelings. Damn that, dude. They're fake as hell, and we got to call them out on that. Yeah, Kamala Harris, immigrant. You dig? They're going to be talking all that intersectionality garbage. They're going to be talking all that. You dig? Yes, they're talking about gay reparations. Again, they're doing everything they can. That's for the sole purpose of undermining us. That's for the sole purpose of undermining us. And again, they'll try to connect themselves to our history by doing it around Juneteenth and all that old con game BS. They ain't got nothing to do with no damn Juneteenth. You understand? They love trying to tie themselves into our history, but low-key look down on it because it doesn't represent them. Yeah? Yeah, we got to get money, cash payments. The reparations, let me tell you something. It has to be cash payments. Anything else is a con game. It's on Juneteenth. See, that's a con game they're running. They're trying to set up all of these symbolic gestures. You dig? They're trying to set up all of this symbolic BS. Sheila Jackson Lee should not be the representative for black people or reparations because she ain't even one of us. It's just that simple. And I don't care about all that niggas with all that fake Pan-African talk, because that's a con game these Negroes are running. Pan-Africanism has to go both ways. It has to be both ways, just not empty rhetoric. And that's what it is right now. It is empty damn rhetoric. Let's just cut the BS. Ain't no Pan-Africanism right now. No other countries, they're not opening their doors to us. They have not set up shop for us to come through and join with them. They have not. As a group, they have not. Let's just keep that thing 100. You dig? And the other people, all they want to do is just people are eating off us. It's all one-sided. Pan-Africanism is everybody coming eating off foundational Black Americans and then turning around and calling us all types of akatas. But we got to get that check. We got to get that paper. We got to get that money. And the way Black people are getting targeted in this country, any other conversation is disrespectful. I mean, we got Black families being targeted by these race soldiers, Black men, Black children. These white supremacists are sitting online, these race soldiers working at these police departments, discussing how they want to kill Black folks, and then they're going out here and doing it. I mean, we walk out of our house, we're in danger. So we got to have reparations for not just slavery, but what we have to deal with now. But slavery is the main thing. You dig? So they're going to have to break bread. You know, reparations in the form of education. I don't want to hear none of this other stuff, because everybody else, they ain't talking that we're going to do it in the form of education and healthcare and all that. No, they're breaking bread and putting all that other stuff on top of it. They need to break bread with us too. Tangible, something that's measurable, specifically for us. Yeah? And shout out to OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson. Shout out to OJ. Well, yeah, OJ ain't no damn murderer. Just the outfit alone is ridiculous. This is what they're telling you. OJ Simpson, according to them, woke up in 1994, just woke up one night, 3 years after beating his wife. They keep their excuse, the motive was he was abusive to his wife. So he beat his wife, and then 3 years later, he just woke up after he abused his wife and decided, all right, I should kill her. His ex-wife. He abused his wife 1 year, waited 3 years, and just woke up one night for no goddamn reason whatsoever and said, hey, I got a flight to catch, but before I do, let me go kill my ex-wife. Just for no reason whatsoever. So what he did, he waited 20 minutes before his flight. He went out and put on a ridiculous outfit. The outfit don't even make no sense. What they're telling you, he put on a sweatsuit. That's what Kato Kalin said. They said he had a sweatsuit on and some little bitty gloves that didn't fit, because the gloves clearly didn't fit. Some expensive Bruno Magli shoes with the damn sweatsuit, which I don't even know why he would put that on. That would stand out like a sore thumb. And then a skull cap. Now, what was the skull cap for? Who he was going to disguise himself with the skull cap from his ex-wife? So he went and put on this ridiculous outfit and drove 6 miles to his ex-wife's house, killed her with a knife, and they said the dog was barking crazy at him. Why is the dog barking at OJ, and OJ knows the dog? OJ's been to the house before, and I think OJ bought her the dog. So why is the dog barking crazy at OJ? What, did the skull cap throw the dog off? I mean, when you start just looking at the little bitty intricacies of the case, it's ridiculous. So he goes over there with some church shoes and a sweatsuit and some gloves that didn't fit and a knife. He'll stab his wife up, and then Ron Goldman shows up, and then he stabbed another person. Then didn't get a scratch on his body. He got a nick on his finger, and that was from a glass over in Chicago, but he butchered 2 people with a damn knife. He's super nigga now. He done butchered 2 people with a knife, and Ron Goldman had all types of fight wounds on his knuckles. So, and Nicole too. Ron Goldman was fighting for his life. He was fighting somebody. This man had all types of fight wounds on his hands and knuckles. OJ didn't have a scratch on his damn body. So now he's super Terminator nigga. So OJ did all this, didn't get a scratch on his body, drove home, got rid of the knife and the bloody clothes, all in a span of 20 minutes. They're trying to tell you that OJ did a professional hit, because that's what it was. That was a professional hit, and he had arthritis. And he did this professional hit in 20 minutes. Got dressed, drove over there, did the hit, then drove back, got rid of all that stuff, and then got in a limousine like nothing happened and went to the airport. There's a lot of stuff they don't tell y'all about that case. That Nicole had some DNA of somebody else other than OJ under her damn fingernails. There's a lot of stuff they don't tell you about that. Like, in that case, and I talked about this before, there's a reason why in the original trial, they never had Nicole or Ron's friends testify. They never had none of their friends testify. Why? Because all their friends were criminals. Ron and Nicole's friends, all of them were criminals. They were all drug dealers and criminals and mafia cats. Nicole's sister, Denise, dated a mafia hitman. There's pictures of her sister with her boyfriend who's a damn hitman for the mafia. These women were into all types of shit out there in Brentwood and the Mezzaluna restaurant. And what they don't tell you, and I've talked about this before, Ron and Nicole's, some of their other friends got killed the same way. But that's not where the money is. The money is putting it on OJ. See, understand, this trial was about getting revenge on black people in LA. And I talked about that before. Yeah, Nicole was a drug addict, dude. She was a cokehead. And that's just the long and short of it. So she was mixed in with all types of folks. Her homegirl who was living with her, Faye Resnick, she was in drug rehab. And I think that's the one they were trying to go at. And they were connected with that Mezzaluna restaurant that had all types of drug and mafia connections. They don't tell y'all all this. And how other waiters at the Mezzaluna got killed too. They don't tell you this. Look up Michael Nigg. Look up Brent Cantor. That's another one of their friends who owned the Dragonfly, who was cool with Ron and Nicole. They killed him the same way. You did? But again, this case was about getting revenge on the black folks of LA because of, they were mad, a lot of the white supremacists and law enforcement, they were mad at black people in LA because of the LA riots. They were mad at black people in LA because of the LA riots. They were mad because a lot of white people got killed during the LA riots. See, they don't like that. A gang of white people got killed in the LA riot. See, they like to sit up and pretend that, oh, black people are destroying their own communities. That's what they tell themselves to make themselves feel better. White people were getting slayed out there. Y'all saw Reginald Denny getting hit with a brick and all this stuff. White folks getting beat up on live TV, but a lot of white people got killed in LA. They don't like talking about that. They don't like talking about that. So they wanted to get revenge. So they wanted to get a big Negro. That was the perfect crime. So they could pin it on OJ. They know OJ didn't do that. But Mark Furman, the white supremacist who was behind the planning of all that bogus ass evidence, you dig? They were going to, that was going to be the case of a lifetime. Them bringing down the big Negro. Yeah, that was going to be their come up. That was going to be everybody's come up. So pinning it on OJ and not the real killer. They know that was a professional hit. They know that was a professional hit. Clearly a professional hit. And it was all about them getting on code. The white supremacist society getting on code and standing with each other for a while. Well, what are y'all doing? Why are y'all rigging the jury? That's what I'm saying. That's why we got to stay. If you fight, you win. See, that's the thing. That's why you always got to stand up for yourself. But equal for us is unfair to them. That's why whenever we talk about giving us equal money that we deserve, oh, they want to have a hissy fit. Anything equal with us is unfair to them. It always has to be an unfair advantage. Because whenever we do anything equal, that's why they don't like sports like that. Well, they like sports from a peripheral standpoint, but even in sports, when everything is equal, they lose. In sports is an equal thing. You can't have a system within that ring assisting you. When the bell goes off, it's equal. It's mano a mano. Gladiator versus gladiator. And that's why they always lose for the most part. And then they try to get the brothers in sports outside of the ring. That's why all the major boxers you hear of that's black, outside of the ring, they find reasons to lock them up. Like Muhammad Ali, Jack Johnson, Mike Tyson, Leon Spinks, Floyd Mayweather. They can't beat them in the ring, but they got to go out of their way to beat them outside of the ring in what they control, the system of non-justice. Yeah? But we got to understand how that game is played. What am I saying? What they in there doing, Mom?
They had a band, she's giving them the pill.
Oh, okay.
She just trying to get them quiet so they could go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
They were all in the bed.
Oh, okay.
They fine.
Okay.
She's got it.
Okay. Because I hear him in there yelling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
She's waiting on the kickoff.
yeah. Yeah, Reuben Hurricane Carter, absolutely. Absolutely. Man. I see you prancing around in the back with your gown on, Mom.
Can they see me?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm lucky you didn't have on a thong.
Oh my goodness. And my hair sticking up on my head. I need to go there. Oh.
Did you bathe Mateo? Did you wipe him down? You wiped him down. Okay.
You know, get out of this camera.
No.
Sorry. We find somewhere to hide.
Man. Oh, I'm going to see what they do in Detroit. So shout out to Detroit in the house. Shout out to Detroit. What's the weather like in Detroit right now, guys? Man. Let me go ahead and see what's going on. Happy Father's Day to y'all, too. Let me go ahead and see what these boys doing in the room. I'm almost done.
They're good.
They are.
You gotta get out of here with my gown on.
Why are you in the bed with a coat, Sharia?
It's cold.
You cold? You could turn the air down because it was hot. Look at Sharia in bed with a coat on. Who you talking to? Your dude?
No,
Who you chatting to?
I'm on Twitter.
Oh, what's your Twitter so everybody can follow you?
My Twitter is at Taria, TARRIAAA.
Okay, it's a lot of R's and A's, sweetie. All right, let me go in here. Hold on 1 second. Hope these boys got on clothes. What's up, man? Almost. What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, guys? What are you watching, Mateo?
I'm about to get some info.
Are you about to get Postmates? Postmates?
I don't know what they're gonna have.
Let's see this.
What's up?
Hey.
Okay. The Lion King.
You looking at the Lion King? What you watching, the Lion King? And TJ is tired. Oh, TJ is tired. Look at him. Stop digging in your eyes. Say hi. I didn't bring no alcohol. TJ is so tired. All right. So y'all see I'm here with the badass crew. All right. Oh, man. So it's cold up in Detroit? Just a meerkat? The meerkat? Okay. The meerkat and the lion? Okay, Mateo likes to tell me certain animals. We've been driving around Vegas. Daddy, a lion. A big lion. Oh, yeah, White Castle. White Castle. Do they have turkey? See if they got turkey. I would like a turkey burger from White Castle. Say hello. Hey, y'all, does White Castle have turkey burgers? That'll be... Mateo's arm is doing better. He's going to have the cast off soon. How's your arm feeling, Teo? How's your arm feel? Your arm feel good? What is this? What is this? What is this? The helicopter? Okay. Okay, y'all doing the most. See, White Castles, they do sell turkey burgers.
They do?
That's what somebody on here said. We got to look it up. I'm going to look it up.
I've only had Crystals.
Yeah.
They have a fried chicken spot though.
They got turkey. Let me see if they got turkey burgers at. Oh, hold on, buddy. Hold on. Let me talk to the folks. We went to a McDonald's. Where were we when we went to that McDonald's, Lexi?
That was like, where was that?
Well, no,
Like Barstow.
yeah, we were like in one of these little small enclaves. Let me tell y'all something.
Nothing else but that.
Yeah, it was like in the middle of nowhere. And it smells so bad in there. Nigga, listen. It's one of these. We were the only black people in there, okay? Okay, did you drop that in the trash, dude? Come on, man. Stop throwing the shit in the trash. Mateo just be doing stuff. Stop doing that. You know better than that. Don't do that. Stop that. You gonna get the belt? Yes, I'm gonna get the belt. You want the belt? Come here. Come here, Mateo.
You didn't get the belt.
Yes, get the belt. But okay, y'all stop messing with the phone. Oh, okay. But yeah, we went to this McDonald's. We're the only black folks in there, and nigga, it smelled so horrible. The customers and the employees were stinking.
I was grossed out.
Yeah, I know. We were losing our appetite. I was like, oh my God. They smelled horrible. Yeah, we lost our appetite. We didn't really feel like eating the food. It was hard. It smelled like mayonnaise and butt. What do you want? You want attention. What do you want? Look. What? What do you want? You want to see yourself. What do you want? What? Who is that? Mateo. Who is that?
Daddy.
All right. Now, you ready to go to sleep?
No.
Yes, you need to go to sleep. Because you've been cutting up all day. Have you been cutting up all day? Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Yeah, I'll stop tearing up this room. You want the belt? All right. Say it's not good. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was horrible. And when you see all these stories about people in the dominant society dying off, oh my God, it smells like death. They have a death scent. That smell like sick. They smell sickly. They smell fucking sickly, dude. It was horrible.
Oh, everybody's gonna want to come.
Not everybody want to come on up. What's up, T? Yeah, they were smelling sickly.
What's that?
Yeah, man, it was up in Barstow, I think.
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere, yeah.
No one's English.
Yeah. They were all on Oakland. Yeah, it smelled. It just the people smelled sickly. It looked sickly, dude. I'm like, oh my God.
I was like, y'all ain't got no gloves on.
Yeah, I really didn't want to eat the food.
I didn't really eat it.
Man. Nothing. Yeah, Mateo's getting tall. Yeah. Man. But anyway, let me get these kids to bed. CJ, don't touch. No, that's it. Let me get these. Okay, y'all messing up stuff. All right. Who said that? Yeah. Get mayo overkill. I know. It smell like Bussy burgers. Looking good. Okay. This boy's been doing this type of shit all day. Just doing stuff for attention, crying, throwing tantrums all over Vegas. He's just been acting a fool ever since we've been here. TJ, don't touch that. Yeah. Okay. Here's a seer. So they're about to go to sleep in a minute. What's up from New York City? Shout out to New York City. Shout out to okay.
Who you hitting?
TJ looks like a young player. Yes, he do with the fade. Look at that hair. How you like the hair? Lord. Okay, y'all seeing yourself and stop making faces. Stop. I know they're trying to fight sleep. Y'all stop trying to fight sleep. Because they know they got to go to sleep. Stop it. No. Stop. Shout out to Long Beach, California. I met some brother from Long Beach today. Shout out to that brother from Long Beach. You got your Hidden Colors 5 tickets. That's what's up. Everybody got their Hidden Colors 5 tickets. Which one? Yeah, we got a handful. What's up?
Stop touching.
Okay, y'all messing with the damn computer. Because Peanut need a podcast. Or shout out to Grand Rapids. Yeah, everybody. I'm glad everybody got their tickets. Everybody got their tickets for HC5.
Who said I wish I only had 3 boys? What? Why would you wish for this?
No, I know. Yeah.
This shit is horrible. Hard.
Please.
He's like, I ain't saying nothing.
I know.
Sleepy.
All right. But anyway, shout out to Gardenia. Another animated cartoon, I know. All right.
Who's yawning?
Yeah, he's fake yawning. Look at him. You ain't sleepy. You fake yawning.
Well, they should be sleepy though. I almost forgive him.
Oh, okay. You ready to go to bed, Sam? You ready to go to bed?
Say bye-bye.
Say bye-bye, guys. Say bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Say good
Bye.
night.
Good night. Say good night.
Say good night.
Good night. All right, that's enough. All right, y'all. We're going to be out of here, y'all. Happy Father's Day.
Bye.
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 Y'all be good, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Have some little cool desserts to have. That'll be tight. Man. But I've been thinking about opening a restaurant too. I need to open my own restaurant. I just don't know what to make. Yeah. I don't know what to make. I should open my own restaurant out here in LA. I just don't know what I should make though. Yeah. Man. Come let you cook there. I don't know, man. I gotta, because you gotta go so far out. Because I love going to black eateries in LA. I love it. I like patronizing black restaurants. One of my favorites, Dulans. When I came back in from the airport the other day, I hit Dulans. If y'all want to dance for some damn chicken, dance for Dulans over there on Manchester. Dance for Dulans. Dulans food is great over there on Manchester. Who else I like? I like Derek's out here in LA. That's another Jamaican spot over by TGI Fridays. The vegan soul food. Yeah, the vegan soul food spot was cool. It was alright to me. Grill Fresh. That's another one right down the street from the Marathon store on Slauson. Grill Fresh, as a matter of fact, I had them cater my movie. When we did 1804, they were the caterers. They would come during lunch with the truck. They take forever to make the damn food, but we would have them come early to prepare. They did a great job. The people love the food. The food is great. Simply Wholesome, yeah, I love Simply Wholesome. Oh, Derek's ain't there no more? Oh, damn. Oh, it's in Culver City now. I'm glad y'all told me. I was going to go down there, too. Wow. What? Okay, Dulon. Yeah. What Jamaican spot do we have in LA that's banging? Sat Down Cafe in the Valley. That's the only one in the Valley. They used to have Coley's in the Valley. That was my favorite. Coley's just, they gone. We Be Jammin' on Pico. That's another one, but it's, it's kind of far out. They don't have festival bread. That's what I don't like. And the service is so shitty. The food is good at We Be Jammin', but yeah, We Jammin' on Pico. The food is good. The service is so horrible. Everybody, it seems like the shittier the attitude, the better the food. I don't know, but the attitude is so shitty there. It makes me not want to go. Yeah. On Slauson, Hungry Joe's. Yeah, Les Sisters in Chatsworth there. That's right down the street from me. That's banging. We get them a lot. So I gotta figure out what to do. It was a partner of mine out here, my dude Larry. He travels with Martin Lawrence. He grew up with Martin Lawrence. Larry, his brother had a soul food restaurant out here in the valley that was banging. But there was some stuff going on and my man had to close. And I told him, I wish he would have hit me up before he closed because I would have invested in that business with him. His food was so good. Cha-cha chicken. Tariq's jollof rice. Hilarious. To Nat Turner tacos. To the Boppin' Bussy Bodega. Man. But yeah, I might open up a restaurant out here. Just gotta think of what it could be. You know? I just gotta think of what it could be. And just get it popping. What about a barber? You know what? With barbershops, I was thinking about that for a long time, but with barbershops, it's just I can't really make a lot of money with it. Basically, you just rent out you're renting out chairs. You know what I'm saying? With barbershops, basically that's what you're doing, right? You got a space where you rent out chairs every month to barber, because I don't cut hair. I'm not a barber. So, just renting out chairs to cats, that's not a hell of a lot of paper. Yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking I was going to do that some years ago. I was going to do that. But I'm like, because I was just going to get a bunch of barbers, because I would always have trouble finding people to cut my shit. So I was just going to get a bunch of barbers just to have them on deck. Yeah. You black on porn, stop. I like to diversify. I like to do creative things. I would have to, put my own twist on it. Yeah, I heard about that. That lady with that white woman with that janky wig who was talking about she wanted a white-only town out there in Michigan, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. She's being honest about her white supremacist views. It is what it is. But that's Michigan. There's a lot of these white supremacists out there in Michigan. Yeah. Man. 3 credit union. Yeah, that lady's wig was a fool. I'm like, lady, you don't have to worry about me moving next to you with that. When I see that wig, Lord, when you see a white supremacist in a wig like that, yeah, I stay far away anyway. I can smell trailer park carpet and headlights. Okay? When I see a janky, old school Woolworths counter wig like that, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'd stay away. There's nothing in your neighborhood for me, ma'am. You don't have to worry about me coming there. I don't want none of your lice. I don't want your headlights, and I don't want your mayonnaise sandwiches. I just don't want it. That kills me, these white supremacists. But they're trying to survive. And she said something very interesting. She was like, it's okay with a black couple. Black couples are okay, but when it's black and white, a black man with a white woman, she was like, look, we're trying to survive as white people. These people are desperate. They're desperate, man. It's like, look, we see what's going on. We're trying to live out these last few decades as white as we can live. We're trying our damnness, and all these little funky, little small hick towns where all the young people leave, there are no people really coming there. Y'all got to understand, let me break this down. In these little hick towns in rural America, in these little white supremacist enclaves, these people are dying out very fast. They're getting old and they're just dying out. Now, you have a lot of young white supremacists too, by the way. You do. But in these little hick towns, nobody's really moving in there. Nobody's really moving in there. So now, to get people to move there, they have to have real estate incentives, housing incentives. So that's going to attract some urban dwellers. So this is why, hey, we need new people here, but just not niggas. That's basically that disposition. But what's funny, other white people are living in their little enclaves. They're not in a position to move. Yeah. Let me give y'all an example. My old spot that I live not too far from here, all the older houses were older white people. All the newer fly houses, it was non-white people. On one side of the street, where I used to live a few years ago, all of our houses, it was across the street. It was the houses that had been there for like 50 years. They were a little older. They didn't look bad, but the houses were older. You can tell they were built in the 70s, 60s, 70s. But all of the houses across the street, they were pretty new. They were built 2000 and more recent. And all of the newer houses, the more expensive houses, it was on my side, they were like a Middle Eastern guy, an East Indian guy, and my next door neighbor was, they were Asian something. They were dark Asians. I forgot where they were. I forgot where they were from. They were dark Asians. And then there was me. Yeah? So the people bringing in new money in the neighborhood were non-white people. Yeah, a lot of Arabs, Asians, a lot of money. Just like now, my next door neighbor is East Indian. It was a brother, I don't know if they're still there now, but one of the brothers who was a big time guy at KJLH living not too far, a couple of houses down. Um, there's some other prominent people who live in my neighborhood. I'm not going to say who they are, um, who are black. But I'm trying to see, because I rarely see white people. I think there's a couple of white people that I've seen in the area, but a lot of them are Armenian, Middle Eastern. I got a lot of Middle Eastern people over here. You know? So the new, my point is, a lot of new money, is coming from a lot of non-white people. And yeah, maybe I think she's from Indonesia. She was a dark lady. She was a dark Asian lady. And I remember I met her a couple of times when we first moved in. She was like, yeah, if you have dogs, don't leave your dogs out at night because the coyotes around here. I said, okay, cool. We won't leave them out at night. I'll just let them out in the morning. And the very next damn day, coyotes came and ate my damn dogs. I was pissed. I'm like, bitch, you could have told me you don't have the dogs out there, period. Yeah, you can't have the dogs out there at all. Yeah? Nigga, coyotes came in the yard and killed the damn dogs. Like, damn. Yeah, that was a while back. That was the first night we moved in. Like, damn. Yeah, she warned us. She said at night. I'm like, damn, man. It was two dogs. It was a little Yorkie and a Shih Tzu. Yeah. Yeah, there's a gang of coyotes. Well, back over there, because we live like right by them, up in the hills. We live right by the hills, so the coyotes would just come and be howling in the middle of the night and shit. So coyotes are no joke. Yeah, them coyotes are no joke, man. The coyotes, yeah, they ate the damn dogs, man, killed them. Yeah. And I got rid of my pit bulls to move in that place because the backyard wasn't that big. We had like a little astroturf, little small, very small backyard, so I couldn't have big dogs. So I just got rid of the pit bulls, but I should have kept the asses. Yeah, but yeah, the coyotes came in the morning in broad daylight and got them. You know. And not only that, them coyotes, they can jump high as hell. Yeah. Yeah, man, we got all types of shit. Coyotes, bears, skunks. We got everything out here. Yeah, that's another. Them coyotes can jump high. Yeah. Will I get any more pits? Nah, I won't get no more because I don't want all that shit in the backyard because the kids be out there playing with it. They'll play in the shit like it's Play-Doh. You know? You know? But yeah, after those coyotes, it was so many coyotes coming in and out. I've started to get some more pit bulls. I was thinking about getting them, but I'm like, I don't want it to be Wild Kingdom in the back of my yard. Then I was thinking about people like trying to get me to get some mastiffs, some of those dogs. Yeah, the mastiffs ain't no joke. The French bulldog. Yeah, man. There was a black man stabbed by the Hells Angels. I didn't know that. Yeah, man, the masters. Yeah, Bing Rames, his dogs killed a dude. Like, damn. Yeah. You got a Frenchie, that's what's up. Yeah, I heard that's what people were telling me. Everybody kept telling me, man, get you some masters, man. That'll fix that coyote shit real quick. You know? Yeah, Ving Rhames had some of the masters and they killed the gardener or something like that. Somebody walked off in Ving Rhames' backyard and the masters got in that ass. Like, damn. Oh, Harvey Weinstein goes to court tomorrow. Okay, that's going to be interesting. I did see that, man. That was crazy, man. The black couple just had a baby and they got put out the hospital because they wanted an Asian lady or something. But yeah, they just had a baby and the cops came and put them out the hospital. That's some cold shit right there. That was cold. Yeah, that was cold. Yeah. The coyotes, they'll try to gang up on the masters. Man. But anyway, man, y'all got to get Hidden Colors 5. Get Hidden Colors 5, hiddencolorsfilm.com if you don't have it. I got to watch Power tonight. I haven't watched Power yet, so I'm going to watch Power. And you guys, again, get Hidden Colors 5. Check that out. And I'm going to holler at you guys this week. Y'all be cool.